welcome back to the SimZone, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the PlayStation GT3 Championship, round 4, and we're at the Zolder circuit. But before we get onto this qualifying session, I'm joined in the commentary box by Fast Matt. Matt, how are you doing today?
Doing excellent. Thanks for having me. Very excited to be doing some co-commentary here. A lot of fast racers on track, and it's going to be a great race here in Division 3.
Yeah, definitely, and we've already got some times coming in. Ibanez setting the provisional pole time of 1:30.405, and look how close Cam Diz is in P2 there, just 9 hundredths separating those top two. But it's been a while since I've been joined in the commentary box by anyone, so it's great to have you in here, Matt. And,
absolutely. Fantastic to join as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be giving us some insight to what's going on across the field, things that we don't see as well on the stream. It's the benefit of having the multiple camera angles that we can have on the ACC, but looks like Various Sky has taken the provisional pole time. Oh, I say that, and Tom absolutely blitzing everyone else. It's a 1:29.3, almost into the 1:28, and a 9/10 clear of Various Sky then. But Matt, how do you find Zolder and these conditions as well?
The conditions are those are a handful in themselves, depending on if everyone's going to be starting on a dry or wet track today. We've seen a lot of mixed conditions in the practice sessions, but Zolder is such a fun track, high downforce of course, and really just throwing it through those chicanes, you can gain a lot of time through there.
Yeah, definitely. It's important to not take too much curb in those chicanes as well. Watching Tom currently just bouncing over those curves, and you can do that in the Mercedes, and likewise the Bentley. Those two very strong round Zolder, and the Ferrari as well, although it's not as good over the curves as those two cars, it's still very good in terms of BOP. But we've got the number 13 Aston Martin, who's going to cross the line. Any improvement there from MBS puts it into P9, and the McLaren behind, I think that was either Shadow Destiny, no, that was Various Sky, who didn't seem to improve that time around. Number 3 car of Tom, is he going to bring in more? He does, into the 1:28 now, on a green track. That is rapid from Tom, and I'm sure if it was an optimum track it'd be in the 1:27s easily.
That is a blistering time.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you, Kenny, once again for the £10 donation. Almost halfway there to the PS5 Championship. And make sure, if you haven't donated yet, to donate, help us raise money for PS5 so we can get started on those PS5 Championships for next season. 28 days to go. Oh, Tom bouncing over the chicane there. But 28 days to go till this season ends, and that's our goal for raising all that money. But it looks like we've had a disconnection from the server, I think.
Trying to figure out who that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was. Let's hope they can join back in time. They've got just under 2 minutes left of this qualifying session. The number 603 car, Various Sky, is coming through that final chicane now. It's very easy to take a bit too much of the curbs and bounce over that inside that last chicane. Sorry. Yeah, it can really screw over your lap time here. Let's just mute that voice chat. There we go.
Ibanez.
Yes, goes into P2. Still though, 1.2 seconds off of Tom, and I think Tom's going to be unbeatable here in Division 3.
I think he may have the field covered.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, oh, we've got someone back in though, so full grid once again. And Cam Diz puts it into P2, so the two Mercedes, 2 out of 4 Mercedes, on the front row currently, and just shows you how strong this car is at this track. Looks like the 777 car of Jar Racing 62s coming up towards this final chicane. We've got both of the Jar Racing drivers here, so father and son. The father is the one who are currently watching, number 62, or Jar Racing 62, and he crosses the line. No improvement that time around. The number 7 car then. Where is the number 7 car? Shadow Destiny coming through the final chicane. Oh, very wide, almost spinning the car, and he's lost the car there. So I think he's not going to be able to get another lap time in. That's pretty much his qualifying session done for Shadow Destiny. Yes, it is.
Ibanez is coming to the line.
Yep. And let's see if he can improve. Crosses the line. No. No improvement there for Ibanez. So it's going to be provisional P3 for him. Number 13 car is going to cross the line in P12. The Priya in the Honda still on the lap. He said he's been struggling in the car at this track quite a bit. Obviously, he's been very brave to choose the Honda for this season. And he's been performing quite well so far. Let's have a quick look at the standings. So Ibanez leading the championship on 170 points, followed by Alex Rowe in second on 147. Priya in third in the Honda on 132, tied with Tom in fourth on, oh no, sorry, not tied, Tom in fourth on 122, Cord on 121, Oboot in sixth on 98, Eduardo in seventh on 90, Paul Moy and Lord Piroff 8th and 9th tied on 55 points, and then CosmiCrusader to round off the top 10 on 50 points. So pretty much that is your qualifying session over. I think we've still got Meso out on track. He's coming up towards the last chicane.
Leprea improved greatly here. Leprea moved himself up into 6th place on that final lap. Great qualifying lap there for him.
Oh yeah, wow, we didn't catch that, but yeah, top nearly into the top 5. Meso's going to cross the line, and I think improves there. I'm not sure, but P16 for Meso, and then the top 3 in this qualifying session. Tom in first, Cam Diz in second, and Ibanez in third. So that's your top 3 for this qualifying session. And make sure to stay tuned, because we'll be back very shortly for the start of the Division 3 race. Alright, we're back on the formation lap now. Drivers are lining up side by side. Thank you, Acril, for the donation as well. He says, good luck, Alex Rowe, Merry Hammer, Cord, and Ibanez. So, supporting quite a few drivers here on this grid. But currently lining up on the front row, it's Cam Diz and Tom. Tom in P1, Cam Diz in P2, Ibanez in P3. Can't remember who that is in P4. Who's that? Oh, Various Sky in P4. But look how close the bunch of drivers are now. And we're going to be green any moment now, and we are green. There we go. So Tom off to a good start. Can Cam hold it round the outside? No, it doesn't look like he has. So Tom now going defensive into turn 2. Cam really trying to look for a move very early on here. But doesn't look like he's been able to do that. Ibanez still close behind. Various Sky has got Lapria on his inside nearly. Lapria has moved up quite a few positions already. He started in 6th, I think, Matt?
Yes.
Yeah. And Joe Racing, where is he? 94. The tower will shuffle around. Just wait for that to sort itself out. And the Audi down the inside. Both Audis battling with each other. I think that was Cord down the inside of Eduardo. He got loose on the exit though. And that's Joe Racing 94 who's going to have to lift off the throttle to avoid slamming into the back of them. But look how close they are in this mid-pack. But they've got through that chicane nice and cleanly.
Oh, Laprea off that.
Oh, what's happened to Laprea?
Hit the curb. Launched off track.
Yeah, the curb on the exit of the chicane on that right-hander. It's very lethal if you take too much of that. But he's back down to P6, I think. Yeah, back down to P6. And it's now being
another car off track.
That was Cord, yeah. He's made a mistake as well, so quite a few mistakes early on in this race. And Cord's going to lose a position to, I think, that is Tord, who's made his way up the field. Another mistake from Cord, I think. And he's going to be side by side with Turlon. Turlon's going to have the inside coming down into turn 1. And it looks like he's later on the brakes. Can Cord hold it around the outside? He's trying to. And no, once again, getting the rear end out. And it looks like Paul Moy's very close there to Cord. But Piroth a bit late on the brakes into turn 2. Almost rear-ended Paul Moy though. But these two Bentleys tied on points in the championship. And they're both P12 and P13 on track together. So quite a good battle. In the championship.
we have the leader off. The leader's off. Leader is off.
Oh, is that Tom? Tom? Oh yes, he's lost the car there. Was that through the chicane?
Yes, yes.
Ah, so possibly taking too much curb then. And I said Tom might be undefeated. I don't think he will be now. He's down into what looks like P4, 5.
He's 2 behind Laprea because I am stuck on Laprea. I have no camera angle.
If you press options, turn to garage, it should let you change afterwards.
Yep. You got it, thank you. Here we go.
Perfect, and looks like Alex Rowe still in P8. Svander struggling with connection. I think that may be due to him streaming his race, but look at the battle towards the back of the field. Meso in P19 battling with Shadow Destiny. Merryhammer just ahead on this train. Cord's off again.
Cord is off.
Seems to really be struggling with the car at the moment, and he's got it back on the black stuff. But yeah, I think he's just lost it by himself. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Possibly cold tires. Possibly he's really struggling to have grip through those slow corners. Possibly really not enough downforce either.
Yeah, looks to be the case because he doesn't have any damage on the car. So yeah, really struggling with the rear end of that Audi. Looks like Tom still can't get past Eduardo. They jumps over those curbs in the chicane, and he's got to be careful with that because he's made a mistake last time around. Doesn't want to repeat that. You can see there cones flying in the air. That's the track limit cones, and track limits like at this track quite lethal as well, especially through those chicanes. And all that's Eduardo off. Looks like he may have had a bit of oversteer on the exit of that right-hander. Seems like the Audis are really struggling here at Zolder.
Perhaps they're on the same setup.
Maybe. I know the Audis are going to struggle over the curbs as well. But we know...
Dual Racing's being run down here by Alex Rowe and Torty. They're really pressuring him hard.
Oh yeah, very much so. It looks like these three have pretty much been matched on pace since the start. But now they're catching up to Eduardo. So a 4-car battle here for P6 down to P9. Turlon's got Pormoy down the inside into turn 2, but doesn't look like he can make it stick. And Turlon holds on to P10 then. Where's Lord Piroth? He's dropped down the order slightly. He was hoping for a wet race, but you know, never know. The weather can suddenly change here at Zolder, but it looks like the number 13 Aston Martin really hassling the back of him here. And Pormoy down the inside there. Oh no, he had a look, but sensibly backed out of that move. And
looks like Tom and the number 3 Mercedes is really looking to get around the Freya hard here. He's working his way back up towards the front.
Yeah, looks like he's going to take the inside. No, Lepria going very defensive there. Can Tom go for a switchback maybe? He's tried it, but a bit squirrely on the exit. Looks like the Honda driver of Lepria is going to hold on to that position. But for how long can he do so? Coming up towards this final chicane, Tom really eager to get this move done. But he's definitely got the pace to get past, but where on track can he do so? Zolder's not the widest of tracks at all. Lepria going defensive into turn 1 again. Oh, a bit of a collision with the pit wall there from Tom, I think.
Trying to use all the track.
Yeah, a bit too much, I think, but he's going to send it down the inside into turn 2. Lepria left the door wide open there, and I think Tom's up into P4 here, so a very good move from Tom, although they're still side by side. Can Lepria hold it round the outside? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Tom's taking the racing line there, and it looks like we've got yellow flags out on track. No, it doesn't seem like there's any issues there, but Lepria looking back for a move. He's late on the brakes into the chicane. He's got that move back, but on the exit, they're side by side, and Tom's got it back once again. So a great battle between those two, yeah. Unbelievable. But with these two battling, Eduardo is catching back up to these two once again.
Yeah, Tom's not going to like that. I mean, hey, all is fair on the track fighting for position, but Tom really wants to get up front. That mistake was very costly. He did have the field covered, but we'll see what he can do with 22 minutes left.
Yeah, and he's got 4.5 seconds to Various Sky. But if he's lapping a second or two quicker than him, I'm sure he'll be able to get back up to the top. It's just Cam in P1 and Ibanez even in P2 definitely aren't going to be easy to get past. And look at this, Lepria once again going defensive now. He hasn't been able to catch a break this race. He's now got Eduardo all over the back of him. And God, I would not want to be in Lepria's position. And all very late on the brakes there for Eduardo. But the amount of pressure that Lepria must be feeling, yeah, wouldn't want to be in his position.
Hasn't had a chance for his heart rate to come down yet.
No, exactly. He's going to be sweating after this race. And then look at that, Eduardo with a bit of a dummy. He sold him for the outside. He's going to try the inside here. I think he's going to have to back out of that, and he does. But Lepria bouncing over the chicanes, those curves in the chicane, toward on the back of Alex Rowe here. Still hasn't been able to get past, but these two have been neck and neck since the start of the race. And Tord wasn't prepared for these conditions, I don't think. He was saying he only had tyre pressure set for 15 degrees. And really tyre pressures are based on the ambient temp, not track for some weird reason on ACC. But let's hope he's got that sorted out. And looking further down,
we have a big battle back here for 13th place. Optimus has been putting a lot of pressure on Lord Barth. Made a move through the chicane, didn't make it stick, bounced the McLaren over the curb, but he is still pressuring hard.
Yeah, and Barth has been doing quite well. I think he's been much more confident here at Zolder, obviously with the Bentley being a very good car at Zolder, and he runs slightly deep into the second part of the chicane. Maybe those tyres struggling as well. You can see the rear end sliding slightly, but he's obviously on controller, is Barth, and I think Optimus is on the wheel here, so he's at a disadvantage already, but he's holding off Optimus. And look at the battle between P16 and 17. Merry Hammer and Joe Racing 62 also going at it. Shadow Destiny's dropped off the back of them. He's now 5 seconds behind these two. And looks like Joe Racing 62 is going to try around the outside into turn 2 here. Can he hold it? Merry Hammer's going to have the inside here for both these right-handers. Joe Racing using all of the curb, all of the track available. But it looks like Merry Hammer might be able to hold on. And Svander into the pits. What's happened to him? Has he got some damage? Doesn't look like he does. Maybe he was on the wrong tyres. Not quite sure there. Or maybe he stopped his...
a mistake by Merry Hammer. A mistake by Merry Hammer through the chicane, took too much of the curb, launched it, and we have Jewel Racing taking that position back.
Nice, so Jewel Racing capitalising on that mistake from Merry Hammer. You can see their Shadow Destiny in the background. Merry Hammer sliding the rear end of the Aston a bit. We do have a fast track, so we're not at optimum grip here, but back to the battle for P5. And Priya still holding off Eduardo, and they can't keep going on like this for another 18 minutes. I mean,
I'm telling you, Lapria cannot catch a break. He has been in a battle since the green has dropped.
I know, surely he's going to have to make a mistake at some point. I think Svander has stopped his live stream, so the connection seems to be much better now. But yeah, Eduardo bouncing over the curbs once again. If Lapria can hold Eduardo off until the finish line, then hats off to him, but taking a lot of curb
Absolutely.
through that second chicane. But, yeah, we've got so many battles going on. We've got P12 and P13 once again, Lord Barth and Optimus. They're losing time though to Meso behind in the number 4 AMG. And Meso, the past 2 races, I think he's picked up some heavy damage, and a mistake from Lord Barth. Returns onto the track, but I think that's Optimus gaining that position, and Jesus, threading the needle there, almost into the barriers, but he's gone deep into the hairpin. I don't think Barth is going to give that position back. He might.
He's got a run though.
Yeah, he
does. Has a run.
Is he going to send it into this final chicane? I don't know. He looks a bit far back for me.
Ooh.
Did he try for it?
He didn't try, but he did back out. But he did have a little bit of a run. If he wanted to risk the biscuit, as they say, he could have. But I think he was very smart in backing out there.
Yeah, it would have ended in a bit of a collision, but that unleashes Optimus into P12, and I'm sure he'll be looking to hunt down the number 13 Aston in P11. But back to Eduardo and Lapria. Lapria's been able to open up a slight gap to Eduardo now, so a bit of a break, a bit of breathing room, and Joe Racing 94 is only 2 seconds behind.
I think what happened to Eduardo is he hit the curb and the chicane and launched it, as we've seen all race long so far from just about everyone in the field. Yeah,
and looking back to Tom, who we spoke about earlier, he's closing up to Various Sky now. Obviously he made that move into P4, but it's taken him quite a while to catch up to P3. I would have expected him to catch up much sooner than this.
Yeah, it's been 6 minutes.
Yeah, there's only 16 minutes left in the race, and for him to catch up, he's going to have to get past as well, and that will put him into P3 if he can get past. But then he's still got another 4, maybe even 5 seconds to Ibanez in P2.
I believe Various Sky started in 3rd. Is that correct?
I can't quite... Yes, he did, I think. Yeah, I believe he did.
But great for him holding that spot all race long.
either started in 3rd or 4th. It was on the 2nd row. Yeah, Tom's going to have a hard time getting past it, and he's going to lose quite a bit of time to Ibanez as well, just by battling with Various Sky, and I'm sure Various Sky is not going to let Tom get past easily whatsoever.
And I'm going to keep my eye on the battle between 5 and 6 while you're watching 3 and 4, because Eduardo has closed the gap back to almost half a second now.
Yeah, he's caught up back to Lapria. But Joe Racing's lost some time as well, so maybe a mistake there from him. It's halfway into the race now. Can Tom get this move done on this next lap? A mistake there from Various Sky. Tom's gone for the switchback. Oh, had to slam on the brakes there to avoid slamming into the back of Ibanez, and he hasn't been able to get that move done. So look at that, they're 6 seconds now behind Ibanez. So they've lost about a second and a half, just that last lap, by battling. Tom's looking for a gap there into turn 2, but Various Sky shuts the door. And I think Tom might not be thinking about P1 or P2 here. He's probably just looking to get a podium in this race. But Svander still in the pits, had some connection issues, so I think he may have retired the car. And oh, mistake there from Various Sky, massive mistake. May have taken a bit too much curb in that chicane, and he's lost that position to Tom. Let's go back to the battle between Lapria and Eduardo. Eduardo looking for a gap once again. Lapria, he had a gap to Eduardo, now it's completely disappeared. So,
yeah, he had Eduardo over the curb.
Yeah, that's a mistake from him. And once again, Lapria's got that gap, 1 second gap.
It's a game of yo-yo between these two.
Yeah, definitely. And looking down the order, Merry Hammer and Shadow Destiny, P18, P19. Shadow Destiny very, very close. He's almost pushing Merry Hammer around turn 2. And I think Merry Hammer's race has gone from bad to worse here. He started further up the order, but now he could be looking at losing P18 here. And he's run wide onto the gravel slightly. That's going to hinder his straight line speed coming down to this first chicane. Looks like Shadow Destiny. He's got that move done even before the braking zone. So yeah, Merryhammer down into P19 then. And it looks like they've got Cam Diz who's coming to lap them. Yep, that is Cam Diz. So he's going to put a lap on these two. But the midfield quite spread out now.
It is. We did see a lot of battles for the entire first half of this race, and looks like some people have found their pace and their comfort zone and calmed down a little bit. Others possibly just dealing with whatever pressures they have and just working with what they got. That you may see some people in positions you're not used to seeing them in right now. Yeah, definitely. And it looks like, I'm just watching the delta between Meso and Lord Piroff. It's coming down 1.4 seconds. And Meso's on a roll here. Seems to be using much more of the track than Piroff is. So maximising his exit speed and entry speed as well. But they're also catching up to Optimus. So Optimus hasn't really been able to pull away that much. I think he may have made a mistake somewhere, I'm not too sure. But we'll keep an eye on these two. Well, that's what I mean. Everyone's been basically under pressure for the most part of this race, and I think now that you're seeing everybody get that 3 to 4 second gap, you're going to see those mistakes disappear, hopefully for the majority of the field, and we'll really see what kind of pace everyone has now.
Yeah, and I've just noticed Eduardo's got past the Priya, so the Honda 46 hasn't been able to hold him off, and he was able to do it for over half the race, and now I think Eduardo may have just found a little chink in the armour of the Priya, and he's taken that position up into P5.
I think Lafreya may have left a little rubber on the track. His tires may not be holding up as well as he is hoping for right now.
No, I mean, this fast right-hander we're going through now, I remember him saying he isn't able to take it flat out. He may have tried it just then. You can see he just runs wide onto the grass. And, yeah, the Honda's definitely not an easy car to drive. But Lafreya still P3 in the standings, if I'm not mistaken. Just double check. Yeah, P3 in the standings, and he's only 15 points behind Alex Rowe in P2, so it looks like he may be gaining a few points on Alex Rowe this race.
And those are some of the things as a driver you really have to keep not in the back of your mind, but more so in the middle of your mind. It's really the big picture in a series like this. Yeah, if you're in Lafreya's position, you can try to push it and go catch Eduardo again, but is it really worth it in the end, in the overall picture? No, I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
Settle in, run your race at this point, and just take your spot.
Yeah, especially with just 9.5 minutes to go, you don't really want to be pushing too much because you never know what mistakes can occur with overdriving the car. And he's got a comfortable gap to Joel Racing 92 in P7, so once again, it doesn't really need to push. But looking back between Lord Perth and Meso, it's under a second.
I just switched to them as well, battling again.
Yeah, once again. And I'm not sure what livery Meso's running. Is it a Ram Racing livery? I'm not too sure. No, it doesn't look to be. I mean, he's run this livery since the start of the season, but just can't quite put my finger on it. But he's definitely putting some pressure on Piroth. He's catching up in the chicanes.
Gonna have some nice speed here.
Yeah, he's just not close enough yet to go for an overtake. I think maybe both of these two are on the controller, but oh, look at that, how close he's got through that second part of the chicane. And a big slide there for Lord Piroth. Can Meso be the last of the late breakers here? Piroth is going to leave the door open, and no, he's going to hold it around the outside there. The gap between Eduardo and Lafreya is still 1 second, so I wonder if we could see these two battling for position once again. Let's have a look. Oh, actually, before we go to them, Tord within a few tenths to Alex Rowe. These two have been pretty much in the same position since the start of the race. Tord hasn't been able to get past, but he's been able to stick with Alex Rowe here. And I'm sure for Lafreya, he'll be wanting Tord to get past Alex Rowe, because that means less points for Alex and more points for Lafreya.
And that's what we were just talking about. It's that big picture. You have to keep that in the middle of your mind because the season is quite long. A lot can happen. You don't always want to push.
Yeah, definitely. And let's have a quick read of the comments. I'm slow saying it's a Black Falcon livery for Meso. Casey in the comments saying, please no rain in Div 1. Regards, a Ferrari driver. Ferrari's not too bad in the wet, but yeah, no, rain at Zolder's pretty much every sim racer's nightmare.
I'm also doing my anti-rain dance as we speak.
We've got Simo saying, in Spa there are swimming pools on the Camel Straight. In this track there are rivers all along. Yeah, I don't think we've had any standing water or much standing water in the forecast or in the practice servers throughout the week. But good to see Guitar Rich in the comments as well. I haven't heard from him in a while. He's saying, I hear thunder and rain incoming. Well, we'll have to see for Division 2. Matt, you're in Division 2 as well. Oh, it looks like we had a disconnection there.
Yeah, that was car 41, I believe. I'm not sure who that is.
Let's have a quick look. JR showing his support for Tord. Car 41. That was Cord.
Oh no, that's too bad.
I don't think he was in the pits. He may have just had a natural disconnection there. Meso and Lord Prof. I think Meso's got past. Yes, he has. And up into P13 he goes. Prof down into P14. And I think Prof's going to be hoping for a mistake from Meso to get past, because at this stage in the race it looks like Meso is slightly quicker. And look at this, Tom is 1.3 seconds back to Ibanez. 5 minutes left of the race.
Oh, wow.
Ibanez has got a handful to deal with here.
So he is caught up, what was that, 5 seconds in 5 minutes?
Yep, pretty much. 4 or 5 seconds in 5 minutes. And for Tom, he's going to have to get past one of the biggest cars in the grid. The massive Bentley, or Boatley if you like to call it. But yeah, Ibanez is not going to let this go easy. He's been running in P2 pretty much since the start after Tom's mistake. And to lose it in the last few laps, last few minutes, it's going to be devastating for him. So he's going to do everything he can to hold on.
And it'll be interesting too, because he's been riding solo this entire time, so we'll see what he has ready to go for battle here, because it is looking like it's inevitable.
Yeah, definitely. And Tom maybe pushing a bit too much now. The gap's still a second. Or has Ibanez felt the pressure? He's seen Tom in his rearview mirror and he's now stepped on it once again. But blue flag's being waved here. Are they approaching some traffic? They're approaching the 777 car. So traffic's going to have to come into play as well. And on Zolder, traffic isn't really what you want.
No.
Especially when you go through these chicanes. I think Ibanez is going to have to time it right, but look how close Tom is through that second chicane. Really closing in here. And Ibanez is going to have to go defensive. He keeps his car in the middle of the track there, Tom. Later on the brakes, is he going to go for a switch back here? It's quite a tight hairpin. He bumps Ibanez there. Oh, I thought Ibanez lost the car, but it was just a slight tap. And he's been able to hold on to that position. But the track is now optimum. Not sure how long it's been optimum for, but there's a bit more grip here in the last few laps of this race. How long can Ibanez hold on for? Chris also showing support for Tord, who is in P9. He's lost a bit of time to Alex Rowe though. Look how close Tom and Ibanez are. Ibanez is going to take that defensive line, not leave any space or any gaps for Tom to make an overtake. I think he may have to go slightly defensive here. Tom, is he going to have a look? No, he's just going to stay patient coming through the chicane. Both of them bouncing over the curbs there.
I think he's hoping to make something happen with this lap traffic.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Joe Racing 62, that is. He's going to have to get past. And look at this, they're going to have to slow down quite a bit. Obviously, through a corner, he's not going to be able to get past. And could this be Tom's opportunity? Joe Racing 62 is going to have to move over now. And I believe, he does. There we go. And Ibanez has been able to hold on to that position. We'll have one more lap after this.
I think we had contact again. Just a slight tap from Tom there, letting him know, hey, I'm making the move.
Yeah, you're just really putting on a lot of pressure to Ibanez, but it's kind of what you have to do if you want to get past. Obviously not push to pass, but you just have to be in the rear view mirrors all over the back of the driver in front to just force them into an error. Especially on a narrow circuit where there's not much opportunity to overtake, but we are on the final lap. Oh wait, actually we might not be, because Cam is quite a way ahead. The number 13 car of the number 13 Aston has lost it somewhere and he rejoins the track. He's got a bit of damage on the front end, so it may be maybe he's pinned it into the wall. But back to this battle. See Tom there looking towards the inside, but no space coming into this second chicane.
And he continuously closes the gap here. If he can just find a way to get a run down this straight and set up this pass for this right-hander, he will have it.
I think he just needs to stay to the inside. See, he pulls to the outside a bit too early and he goes for the switchback, but it just hasn't been working because there's not any room. Contact once again between those two, but it may have worked this time. He just needs to get a nose down the inside, and I think Ibanez isn't going defensive here, surprisingly. He's left the door wide open for Tom, and Ibanez has left him the room. Can Tom get a run coming out towards turn 1? That is the race over, and Camden's finishes in P1. Looks like Ibanez is going to hold on to P2 here. What a race.
What
Tom
a race.
rounding off the podium in P3. Wow, that was intense between those two. Various Skies going to cross the line in P4. Eduardo's going to cross the line in P5. And Priya in P6. Yeah, brilliant racing we've had from the whole of Division 3, really.
Absolutely.
And your driver of the day, Matt?
You know, I would have to go with, you know, most people would go Tom, but I'm going to go with Eduardo up today.
Yeah, Eduardo, I think I'm going to go with the Priya just because he's in the Honda, and he's held off Eduardo for the majority of the race. And look at that on the weather. Rain in 10 minutes. So only if the race is a bit longer, they would have had some interesting weather to deal with.
We'll hope that goes away for the next time.
Yeah, you're racing in Division 2, so you never know, it could carry on. But Optimus is going to cross the line with a bit of damage there. Flashing lights there from him. Meso is going to hold on to P11 with Lord Pirov just a few seconds behind in P12. The number 13 Aston of Public there is going to finish at P13. Turlon P14 and Shadow Destiny coming through the final chicane. Oh, he's picked up a lot of damage somewhere on track, and he's going to finish. It's not going to be P17, but we'll see what it is. There we go, P18 for Shadow Destiny. But there we have it then. Camdiz winning Division 3 at Zolder. Ibanez in P2 and Tom in P3. But that's it for Division 3. Make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so for Division 2.
Thanks, take care.
Right, welcome back to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for Division 2 now on the PlayStation GT3 Championship, and we've got some times coming in. Track is green once again in qualifying, so it's looking like it might be dry. You never know. We could have some rain in the race. TFJ currently is the only one to set a time with a 1:30.2 out on track on a green track. Number 222 is Acro, who's going to cross the line. What's it going to be for him? He's going to be a second off of TFJ. The next car, we've got quite a few cars now, so we should see some more times coming in. Fast Map puts into P3, Walker goes up into P2. Remember, these are just pretty much banker laps, and our drivers will be getting their tyres up to temperature. So we'll see the times coming down towards the end of this qualifying session. But the number 9 car, that is Sir Jake, who puts it into P9. Yeah, what a race we saw in Division 3. Let's have a look at the standings quickly for Division 2. So, Simo Mello leading this championship by a huge gap. On 183 points, followed by Yaroslav in P2 on 118, Akro in third on 114, Skyfu in fourth on 113, Dimijuster in fifth on 111, so very close between third, fourth and fifth, Kemcaddy in sixth on 103, the Devil Sun in seventh on 82, tied with 10 TFS in 8, sorry, also on 82, Walker in 9th on 74, and Capote in 10th on 63. But back to qualifying session. Simo Mello, who is currently leading the championship. Where is he? He's all the way down in P13 currently, as he comes up towards the final chicane. So let's see if he can put it towards the top. Look how close it is between Skyfu and TFJ, but Simo Mello's going to cross the line, and there we go. The 29.3 from Simo. I'm sure will be into the 28s towards the end of this qualifying session. Pretty much similar to what Tom did. Tom set a 29.3 early on and then just dipped into the 28s towards the end of the qualifying session. So we'll see if Simo can do the exact same here. The number 14 car about to cross the line, that's Capote. Let's see if he can improve. Skyfu crosses the line just ahead. Capote does, he improves into P4. Walker's still on the lap here. 1.2 seconds off currently. But let's see, the number 90 car of 10 TFS is still on the lap. He's going to be the next one across the line. We do have 2 reserves today, I'm Slow and Leo, who obviously won't be able to qualify for this race. But the Devil Sun's in the pit. The Devil Sun has a qualifying ban. Completely forgot about that. But yep, he is starting from the back as well. But 10 TFS, Tekulita's going to round off the final corner. 1.8 seconds off currently. Is he going to improve as he crosses the line? And he does, puts it into P6. Acro there bumps it up into P5, so an improvement from him as well. And look how close it is between TFJ and Skyfu still. Those two, both 8 tenths. Now Walker puts it into P2, but no one has been able to get close to Simo Mello, who's the only driver into the 29s at the moment. So Jake about to cross the line, now 3.1 seconds off. Let's see if he can improve. And he does, puts it into P14. Finds about 4 tenths, 3/4 tenths that lap. But remember, if you are interested in helping us get a PS5 championship towards the end of the season, or for next season even, we have 28 days left, and obviously if we can't get enough funds to if we can't get enough funds by the end of this season, then there won't be a PS5 championship in the next season. So make sure to donate if you are looking forward to PS5, or even if you're enjoying the stream, please do help us. And Skyfu there, 2 tenths to Simo Mello, so into the 29s now, and looks like TFJ is just into the 29s as well. So 3 drivers all into the 29s. But TFJ looking very, very confident here at Zolder. But we'll see what the race turns out to be, because the wet can really change things up. We've got the number 17 car about to cross the line. I think that's Walker. Doesn't seem to have improved that time around. Armobic going to cross the line, still 2.7 seconds off, but in the Nissan, quite impressive there. So Jake, once again, is going to cross the line. He has improved, but not enough to take P13 off of Alexba, and you can see the Bentleys at the top, where they should be really at this track. They're very strong at Zolder, not just BOP, but they're good on the slow, twisty tracks, the high downforce tracks, where there are usually a lot of curbs that you need to drive over. And the Bentleys and the Mercedes, which we don't actually have any of in Division 2, monster over the curves. There we go, your first 28 from Simo, 28.929. And track is fast, so I think it was green to start off with. So we should see some times coming down. Acro is going to come through the final chicane now. Let's see if he can improve. He will have another lap after this. If he doesn't, still in P8. Melik in P12, currently coming up towards his final chicane. Oh no, he's going into the pits now. We've had a disconnection there. Or someone has left. Not too sure who that was. But the number 43 car then is... Oh, I think it was TFJ who's disconnected. Windsor's going to come up to the line now. He's going to continue, so let's see what it's going to be for Windsor. He crosses the line. No improvement there for Windsor. No improvement for Skyfu. Let's hope TFJ can join back in time. Uh, 10 TFS then. And 10 TFS, Acril, Armobic. I believe that's the number 107 car. I think that's Simo still on track as well. And Speedy. So there we go. We've got TFJ back in the lobby. So what can 10 TFS do? We've seen the Audi struggling in Division 3, but he's going to take that straight line to the finish line, and I think he didn't improve, or not enough, to gain a position there. Acril in P9. Armobic is going to come through the final few corners now. I know, let's see where it'll be for Armobic. He's going to cross the line and doesn't improve there. So there we have it. Simo Mello starting on pole, TFJ in second, and Skyfu in third. Make sure you stay with us. We'll be back in just a few moments for the Division 2 race. So, looks like the rain dance has worked here, and the track actually started damp to begin with, and it's now gone to greasy, so the drivers will definitely be starting on slicks, and if they haven't, they may have made a bit of a mistake here. But they could start on wets, you never know. In Division 2 you have to change tyres, so if they make the most of the wets here in this where the grip is low, I do think they'll heat up and maybe burn out slightly. So, but if anyone has started on wets, then they're going to have to make the most of them whilst the track is greasy, and then they'll have to obviously pit for slicks. Drivers are going to have to change tyres regardless. Yeah, there's just not enough rain on the track for it to stay wet enough for wet tyres. You never know, the rain could get heavier later on in the race. It is a 45-minute race here in Division 2. So the rain can pretty much do anything, but the weather can pretty much do anything it wants to. But by the looks of it, it may start off greasy and work its way up to a bone dry track. Hooschii saying, why is TFJ at the back? He had a disconnection, disconnected quite a few times, so maybe having some issues with his connection. The drivers lining up side by side now. Simon starting on pole, SkyFu, the other Bentley on the front row with him, Walker in third, Capo in fourth. Here we go. Going to be green any moment. Track's still greasy, but looks like we are green. There we go, and Simo off to a good start. SkyFu doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the move done into turn 1, so Simo holds on. Can SkyFu get the inside for turn 2 though? Looks like he will be able to, and that Simo may even lose his position unless he can hold it round the outside, and he does, but they're still side by side here, and no, Simo holds on. Brake late into turn 2 to keep the speed up, and held on to that position, so good defensive driving there from Simo. Really knows what he's doing on track. SkyFu looking quite vulnerable here. Walker's having a look to the inside but backs out of that move, and we've got one of the Lamborghinis side by side. Wait for the tower just to shuffle around here. No, I think that may have been 10TFS who was side by side, but backed out of that. And look at this, Yaroslav very close to the back of Capote, and looks to the outside there into the chicane. No space to make a move. That's Alexba, who's got a bit of a train forming behind him. Who's that? Who is that? McLaren, I think that may have been Leo, who cut a bit of the chicane there, had to run wide. But that's Muzzy, almost losing the back of his Aston there, having to defend from TFJ, who's he's got to make his way up the order now. The Devil Sign obviously with a car change and a qualifying ban started at the back, and Chem Candy's really dropped down the order here. He's down to last place, and the cameraman, what is going on? There we go, he's changed over. But yeah, Chem Candy down to last place, doesn't seem to have any damage on his... Oh, on the rear he does. He's got a bit of damage on the rear there, so not sure what's happened. Back to the battle with P2. Walker looking to get this move done. So Jake into the pit, so maybe started on the wet tyres. It's not going to affect him too much, since there is a mandatory tyre change here in Division 2. And a bit squarely on exit there for SkyFu. And Walker once again just trying to show his presence, and he's got a good exit out of the chicane here. Are they going to be side by side? I think they will be. Walker's got the inside now for the chicane, and he's going to be later in the break, still side by side these two, and SkyFu holds on to that position, so Walker hasn't been able to get that done, and they're losing heaps of time to the drivers behind Yaroslav, followed by 10 TFS, then Acreal, then K-Pote, Armobic, who's up into P8 already, followed by Speedy, Alexba behind Melik there in the Ferrari. I'm Slow, who's made his way up into P12, likewise as Leo into P13, and Muzzy having to defend against Fast Matt, but the cameraman I think needs to get fired from his job. But Muzzy has gapped Fast Matt and TFJ slightly. Fast Matt having to defend now. TFJ is once again working through to try and gain some positions here. Qualified P2, but had a disconnection, so he's down. Had to start last. He's already up into P14, P15. Sorry, SkyFu into the pits. 10 TFS and Ken Cam into the pits. So maybe going for an undercut here, or they've started in the wrong tyres, and maybe even wrong pressures. And Fast Matt holds on to P14. Looks like Simo's already... Oh, a mistake there from Sir Jake. What's happened to Sir Jake here? He's just stopped on the side of the track. Not sure what's happened to him. He has served his mandatory pit stop though. And it looks like it's a retirement there for Sir Jake. Stuart in the comments saying this setting is my worry. He's okay for 5 laps, then he pretty much dies. So yeah, the track started off as damp and the rain's getting less, so pretty much slicks was the way to go. I think a few drivers here have made some mistakes on choosing the correct tyre. Armobic having to go defensive. That is I'm Slow down the inside of Jay Melik, so he's got that position done into the final chicane. Devilson with a stop code 30. That's for speeding in the pit lane, and he's going to have to serve another stop. He's going to lose heaps of time. It's probably going to put him towards the, well, at the back of the field, dead last. Windsor now to the pits as well. Now look at this battle. Armobic doing a great job of holding on to P8, but Time Slow's on a move here. He's down the inside of Armobic and up into P8 he goes. That's Melik bouncing over the curb there, or the grass, and a binder into the wall. He's going to pick up some heavy damage after that mistake. And that's allowed TFJ to get right up to the back of him. That is Leo, side by side. Leo not able to get past Armobic though. He's got past Muzzy, but can he send it into the hairpin? Armobic's thought to go defensive, but he's left the door wide open there, and he's going to try and hold it round the outside, which he does. All contact there between Muzzy and Leo. Muzzy a bit too eager to get past there, and luckily Leo didn't get spun round, but Melik is caught back up. TFJ on this train now as well. Leo's going to dive into the pits. Track is still greasy, but it definitely looks like it's going to dry up very quickly, and there's no wind either, so that's going to favour the drivers. Devilson's still got his stop go 30. He's going to have to serve it soon. Acreo on the back of Yaroslav. Both these two teammates in the multi-class, both from Ukraine as well, as you can see. Now can Acreo get this move done? He's not going to look for it coming up towards the chicane. The K-Pote's very close behind, so they're going to have to maybe work together to pull away from the pack behind them. Unless Acreo wants this position, is he hungry for it? We'll see. Definitely has the pace to get past. Quite surprising, because the Aston is really good in these mixed conditions. John G saying, I am slow for podium. Where is he currently? In P8. It's possible. And I think it'll come down to the pit stops now, especially with these top guys battling. They're going to lose a lot of time to I'm Slow, who's now catching up to Alexba. Melik's still... Oh, look at this. Melik's still on the back of Muzzy. TFJ looking for a move. If I were TFJ, I'd dive into the pits straight away. Look how much time he's losing. He could easily undercut these two. But he had a perfect opportunity there. DevilSon into the pits now for his stop-go 30. Acro still on the back. Is TFJ having a look into turn 1? No, he backs out of that. Drive-through penalty for Windsor. That's due to track limits already. A drive-through penalty. So a disaster there for Windsor. Stuart saying, I have to give Armobic big respect. He takes the most unpopular cars and does quite well. He'd be a lot higher up the grid in the popular cars, yeah, definitely, but I'm sure he'll be enjoying the Nissan. It's a fun car to drive, keeps you on the edge all the time, and it's a shame for Windsor though, with that drive-through penalty. I think he may stay at the back of the field. He's going to serve it now. TFJ still can't get this move done though. It would have been ideal for him to pit the lap before. So he would have saved himself a lot of time here. But for some reason we've got blue flags being waved. Oh, we do have a back marker in the mix. I think that may be someone who's served there. No, we don't have a back marker. I'm not too sure actually. That's Wenz's drive-through cleared then. DevilSon stop-go 30 cleared as well. TFJ still keeping it on track. I feel like he is quicker, but he just can't get past. Can't find the opening on track. Where is Chem Candy? He's just behind. I think that's Fast Matt. Yes, it is. Chem Candy's obviously served his pit stop. But he is a couple laps down at the moment, so we'll see where Fast Matt comes out in comparison to who he was battling with before. I think it may have been with Armobic. But look at this train now. Acril followed by... Yaroslav followed by Acril. Then Capote. Then Speedy. And it looks like that's Alexbo who's catching up. And he bounces over the sausage curbs there on the chicane. That's not going to help. That could have been a warning for him. But Windsor moves up into P18. DevilSon down into P19. So that stop-go 30 for the DevilSon hasn't helped him much at all. Now, will we see any of these drivers into the pits? You can see the weather forecast is going to stop raining completely in about 10 minutes. And a mistake there from Capote. He's had to cut the final corner. He's lost the position to Speedy. So Speedy capitalising on that mistake and moves up into P4. Acril's into the pits though, so he may have a chance to undercut Yaroslav in P3. You can see in the background that is Alexba and I'm Slow catching up. TFJ now still stuck behind Melik and Muzzy, so I'm surprised he hasn't actually gone for the undercut yet. I feel like he definitely has the pace to get past. And his qualifying time proved it. He may even be struggling in these conditions. You can see their dry line forming now. And there's going to be limited grip off the racing line. A mistake there from Melik. Is that TFJ's opportunity? No. It's such a tight section of the circuit. There's not really anywhere to get past here. But TFJ, I don't think he's close enough to send it down into the hairpin. So go back to the battle for P4, Capo and Speedy. Oops. And Capo. Can't even see his car, that's how close he is to the Speedy. Coming down towards turn 1, he's not going to go for that move. But Speedy seems to be struggling to hold off Capo here. And Capo obviously made that mistake last lap, I think it was. But he seems to have the pace over Speedy. It's just consistency. And consistency in these conditions is a major factor. It's not easy to lap the same every single lap. But that's a mistake from Windsor. He's going to have to let these guys through, I believe. Yep, blue flag's being waved there for Windsor. Obviously not enough space for him to let them through in the chicanes. And how far is Alexba back? 1.9 seconds. Has he gained any time? No, he's lost some time. 2.5. Windsor's going to let them pass now. Oh, not the best place to let them pass there. On the apex of the corner, but he's done so without them really losing much time. You can see in the background that is I Am Slow. Flashing lights there from Alexba. I Am Slow has got the Devil Sun behind him. The Devil Sun is pretty much... Oh, a mistake there from Alexba, and he's going to lose the position to I Am Slow. So I Am Slow up into P7, and the Devil Sun, as I was saying, is a lap down. So he's going to have to let... Oh, contact between the two! And not sure what one Alexba is trying there. But he's lost the car. I think no fault of anyone else apart from his own. Trying to send it down the inside on the Devil Sun. Obviously he is a lap down, but drivers have been briefed to only... the back markers have been briefed to only move off the racing line on a straight, because otherwise things like that happen. And Alexba has pretty much dropped down the order. He's now battling with Chem Candy, who's on a different strategy to him. We'll go back to the race leader, Simmer Mello. He's shot off into the distance once again, and he's going to pretty much stay out on track for as long as possible. Walker's 8 seconds back. Yaroslav 16 seconds back to Walker as well, but look at this, Capo and Speedy still neck and neck. And Capo can't get back past though. Leo and Akril are very close after their pit stops though. Looks like Leo's got that move done on Akril here. And up into P14 he goes. I'm slow into the pits now. But look at this battle. These two very similar on pace. Let's have a quick read of the comments then. Paul Mitchell saying Windsor needs a medal for not rage quitting. The amount he got shunted into lap 1-2 was ridiculous. Yeah, unfortunately this racing happens, especially in these conditions. You're always going to have incidents into turn 1. But that is Yaroslav just up ahead. He's lost a lot of time to these two. I think the gap maybe almost under a second now. Not quite, just not quite, but they are closing in massively, and I don't think Capo's really trying to get past Speedy at this point in time. He knows that he's catching up to Yaroslav. But when will these two pit? You can see there the rain stopping in about 3 minutes, maybe even less. And for those that have already pitted, have they made a mistake? Their tyre pressures might be all wrong here once the rain stops. That may be why TFJ is staying out on track. And that's K-Pote down the inside into turn 1. Speedy's not been able to get the switch back, and he's not been able to defend, so K-Pote back up into P4, and he's now doing the defending here. Can Speedy capitalise on another mistake from K-Pote? That's how he got past the first time. That seems to be Alexpa just up ahead, who is on a different strategy to these two. Big flags being waved there, he's going to have to let them pass now. I'm Slow and Leo started towards the back of the field, both reserves. And now they've made their way up into P12 and P13 respectively. Acreal still behind I'm Slow, so he hasn't lost sight of I'm Slow. He's actually stuck with him very well here. And you can see there just up ahead, that is Leo and Walker. Both these two are different strategies. Leo seems to be quicker, he wants to get past. But Walker, under no obligation to let Leo past, he doesn't have to. And he's going to continue with his race. Has he gained some time for Simo? I don't think he has. Maybe it was 8 seconds before. It's now down to 7.5, but you can see the track is now fast. So those that have already pitted may have made a bit of a mistake. Speedy now into the pits. I think he's timed that perfectly actually. And let's have a look further down the field. Acreal and I'm still battling them. Acreal seems to have the pace now. Maybe his tyres have come up to temp quicker than I'm Slow's, and they both bounce over the chicane. Donatas saying, what's the wet stuff falling from the sky and track? It's rain. Surprisingly, but it's about to stop in a few minutes. Looks like it's already stopped in some parts of the track. Yep, it's stopped completely. Track is now up to optimum already. So, yeah, I think those that have pitted before, unless they've got their tyre pressures bang on, they've made a mistake. Windsor and the Devilson neck and neck here. Looks like the Devilson has got past Windsor. And Simamello, the race leader, now into the pits. Go back to this battle between Acro and I'm Slow. Let's see if we can go bring up the onboards. Haven't done that in a while. So the top right we have Fast Matt, and the bottom right we have I'm Slow. These two seem to be the closest on track at the moment. Windsor's lost some time to the Devilson now. K-Pote and Yaroslav just separated by 2 seconds. And I think K-Pote might be able to close the gap now that the track's gone optimum. You know, the Aston isn't as good in the dry as it is in the wet. Let's see what the gap is. Is it still 1.9 seconds? Or has it come down? Pretty much into sector 3 now. Still 1.9 seconds. So Yaroslav just managing the gap here. Acro and I'm Slow still very, very close. And looks like that is Leo trying to get past Walker still. And has he done so? I think Walker's let him, doesn't really want to lose much time, but Walker now, that's I'm Slow who's already pitted behind him. But yeah, Walker's lacking the pace now. I think his pressures might be a bit too high. Now would be the time to pit for him. Windsor still maintaining that 1 second gap to the Devilson, so he hasn't lost sight of him just yet. Acryl is going to catch up now with I'm Slow being stuck behind Walker. So this is interesting. Walker's not... Oh, a bit of a dive there from Akril. Thought they were going to make contact. These two had a bit of a tussle before on tracks. Flashing lights there from I'm Slow. Walker does not have to get past. Walker obviously a lap ahead of these two. But I think Walker may dive into the pits this lap. We'll see now. Is he going to dive into the pits? No, he's going to keep it on track. And all contact there. Akril once again making contact with another driver. It's not good to see. But yeah, Walker, I think he should have gone into the pits. He's losing loads of time. The drivers unlapping themselves, and he's pretty much either got his tyre pressures wrong. Big slide there into turn 2 from Walker. Muzzy's now on the back of Akril. Can Muzzy get past? He looks to be quite strong here in the dry. Melik back into the pits. Has he picked up any damage? I'm not sure. No, he's just leaving the pits now. And that is TFJ who's joined in the action as well. So pretty much 3-car battle here. Oh, what's happened to TFJ? I think he's disconnected again. TFJ having some connection issues. We saw him disconnect earlier in qualifying. That's why he started towards the back of the grid. Leo and Speedy side by side. Looks like Leo's just ahead. Is going to get that move done around the outside there in the braking zone. And upper position goes Leo. A bit squirrely on the exit. Is he going to have to go defensive into turn 1? I think he might have to. Speedy having a look up the inside, but backs out that move. Bit of contact between the two. Speedy very aggressive there, and Leo as a result onto the gravel slightly. But he's been able to maintain that position. Walker into the pits now for his mandatory stop. And a mistake there for TFJ. He's off the track on the exit of turn 1. Looks like he ran quite deep there. Muzzy holds on to P12 and it now just leaves these two to battle on their own. I'm Slow's pulled a 4-second gap there to Akril. It's just evident how much time they've lost by battling, and I'm Slow's only 2.5 seconds behind Speedy. So looking to gain a position here as well. Let's see, Walker, where is he going to come out on track? He's definitely lost heaps of time by staying on those old tyres, which are probably heating up quite a lot, overheating as the track dried out. So Walker has served his mandatory stop. He's coming out of the pit lane now. Where is he going to be? Looks like he might be just in front of the 222 car? Or 223 car? I think that's Yaroslav, who he has just come out of. So Walker has lost a lot of time in the pit stops. Not even in the pit stops, before the pit stops in his first stint, where he was sat on those old tyres. And Leo now looking for a move on Yaroslav. He's not going to go for that to move into the first chicane, but I'm sure as soon as Leo can get released, and he should be able to close the gap to Walker. But it's just a matter of how quickly and where he can get past. He bounces over those curves. It's so easy to lose the McLaren there. It's probably one of the lowest sitting cars in ACC. And Speedy just 2.6 seconds back. I'mSlow in P10. Has I'mSlow made a mistake somewhere? I don't think he has. He's actually catching up to these this pack just up ahead. He's just 1.6 seconds back to Speedy. And Leo not able to get past that lap. Runs slightly wide on the exit of the final corner. Fastmat and K-Boat still yet to pit. And Leo seems to be losing some time to Yaroslav now. Yaroslav a bit wide there into turn 2. And this is going to be what Walker wants. He's going to want these two behind him to battle so he can open that gap even more. And where is I'mSlow? Looks to be still about a second between him and Speedy, or just under a second now between those two. So I'mSlow really gaining on Speedy. Now the Porsche's not a bad car at Zolder, but I'mSlow just has much better pace, and I believe I'mSlow is on the controller if I'm not mistaken. And that's side by side into the hairpin for Yaroslav and Leo. Once again, the cameraman just staring at absolutely nothing. This cameraman needs to be fired from his job. And they're side by side coming up towards the final chicane. Yaroslav still has the inside, but can Leo get him on the exit? All a bit squirrely on the exit there for Yaroslav. And he's going to have to go extremely defensive coming up towards turn 1. Is Leo going to hold the outside? He's switched back to the inside there and hasn't been able to get past. A good defensive driving from Yaroslav. But I think it's just a matter of time before Leo can get past. Is he looking for a switch back here? He is. Can he have the inside for the next right hand? That's not going to be enough. So still, Yaroslav holds on. And some great driving from Yaroslav. Let's see if we can get a quick onboard view here. There we go. And look at that exit that Leo's got out of the chicane. They're going to be side by side. Not sure if Yaroslav's going to be able to hold on to this one. He's going to have to leave in the room. Bit of door rubbing between the two, and I keep calling him Akril. Yaroslav holds on to that position. I'd say that was a bit of a racing incident there. But yeah, Yaroslav holds on, and Leo has got to make that move elsewhere. So we can now see Speedy and I'mSlow catching up to Leo and Yaroslav. So we're going to have a 4-car battle here for P7. Walker's only 3.8 seconds up ahead of these 4 as well. But Fastmat's still out on track. She's going to be the last one to pit. Has the overcut? Is the overcut going to work for him? We'll see where he comes out on track. He's pretty much been lapping on his own for quite a while. ChemCandy and Alexpa very close. What's happened here? That looks like that's Simmermello putting a lap on ChemCandy, and Alexpa's had to let Simo past. ChemCandy's going to find that opportunity, find the inside into the final corner. He's going to be late on the brakes, and no, he wasn't as late as Alexpa though. Bit of door rubbing between the two. Alexpa always made contact there. That's twice he's made contact this race with ChemCandy, and looks like Alexpa has returned the car to the pits. But ChemCandy's going to lose. I think he's lost a position. No, he hasn't lost any positions there, luckily. But yeah, it doesn't look like he was happy with that incident. Alexpa has left the race here. Not exactly what you want to be seeing at all. Back to this battle. Leo is caught up to Yaroslav once again. 12 minutes left in this race. Can he get past? Yaroslav has been a master at defending. 12 minutes is going to be a long time to defend against. We saw in Division 3, oh, a bit squirrely on the exit there for Leo. We saw in Division 3 though, it was Eduardo and Lapria, I think it was. Lapria was able to hold off Eduardo for over half of the race until Eduardo eventually got past. Let's see if Yaroslav can do the same here. It looks like I'm Slow and Speedy. I'm Slow's got past Speedy, but they've lost a lot of time to these two up in front. And we've still got Fast Matt to serve his mandatory pit stop. Remember, 28 days left till the season ends. That's how long we have to raise enough funds for the PS5 Championship. If we don't get enough by then, and remember there won't be a PS5 Championship for next season. Muzzy seems to be on the back of Acril now, so these two have been quite even on pace. We saw them battling before the pit stops, and now they've met each other on track once again in the second stint. Fastmat into the pits for his mandatory stop. Back to his battle we go, and Yaslav's made a mistake somewhere, so is I'm Slow. Yaslav back up into P8, but Leo has managed to get past, and yeah, Yaslav has definitely lost the car somewhere. He's now fallen into the clutches of the Audi of I'm Slow and Speedy as well, who's definitely not 1.4 seconds back. It's much closer than that. Yep, 7/10 back, and is I'm Slow having a look. I think he tried it. Has he got into the head of Yaroslav though? I don't think he has. I thought Yaroslav's car disappeared there, but we got a good exit out of that chicane, and I'm Slow's now going to have to go defensive against Speedy. I think he knew Speedy wasn't going to go for a move there into that chicane. Walker on the back of 10 TFS though. Walker, I think, planned his strategy incorrectly. He left the first stint a bit too long, and where's Fast Matt come out on track? He's come out in P13, 19 seconds though behind Muzzy. How far is Chem Candy behind him? No, they're pretty much on opposite ends of the track here. The Devil's Son trying to unlap himself, which he is entitled to do. Now the two Audis, Walker and 10 TFS, are battling for their final podium spot here. Just 10 minutes left to go. Not even 10 minutes, 9 minutes left to go of this race. There's too many battles going on. So this is what we're going to do. There we go, you can see I Am Slow battling with Yaroslav there on the right hand side. Looks like Walker, has he got past? Yes, he's got past in the chicane there. So Walker up into P3. 10 TFS hasn't been able to defend for long at all against Walker. And he goes up into P3. TFJ though, and oh, thank you Baptista for the donation, much appreciated. He says thanks to SimZone, excellent championship, and that is TFJ down the inside of Acril. No, he had enough of an overlap, but was on the outside, so he hasn't been able to get that move done. But can he send it into the final corner? Acril going very defensive here, so TFJ is going to try the outside. Can he get the switchback? He's going to be later on the brakes, and round the outside he goes. What a move there, cutting it very close for TFJ, but excellent driving. And look how close that was, but Acril concedes the position, and down he goes into P11, but they're still very, very close on the exit of turn 1. Lindsay with another drive-through. Hasn't been his day at all today. TFJ holds on to P10. Slow and Yaroslav still battling out on track. The Devilson into a pit once more. And do seem to have blue flags here, but not for any of these two, or any of these two that are close, or any cars that are close on track to these two. Well, these three, even Speedy is catching up, 1.7 seconds back. Although a few laps ago he was within a second. And Imso is going to have a look down the inside, but he just can't get past. Yaroslav putting up such a good defensive drive here in this race. And you might say that it's easy to do at Zolder, but I just had to look at the gap between Simo and Skyfu. Simo's made a massive mistake somewhere. Gap's only 3.6 seconds between these two. Kenny's saying tension is building. I assume that's tension for Division 1. And looks like TNTFS has lost another position here. He's made a mistake somewhere. Capo, who's got past, he's now nearly a second and a half ahead. They've got some back markers to deal with though. TNTFS has got past them nicely, but that seems to be Windsor who's going to have to let Leo through, and he does nicely there. And I think these two are still battling on track, so Windsor is going to have to defend against the Devilson. Both these two pretty much serving the exact same amount of pit stops, either due to penalties, but Devilson having a look down the inside. No, backs out of that move. Windsor going defensive here. And oh, we've had a car off. Who is that? That's the number 76. That's Melik off. He's had a mare of a race as well. Let's go back to this battle. Devilson can't get past. He's not close enough into the final chicane. The Lexus monstering those curbs on the inside. Now he's not close enough into turn 1 either. Devilson changing cars. Switch to the Lexus. Melik into the pits once more, maybe due to damage repairs. But the Devilson obviously switching cars this season. You're allowed one car change at the expense of all your points. And he's going to have a look there. No, a bit of a dummy, but Windsor's not going to fall for it. He sticks to his line. And I think he's going to have to go defensive here coming up towards the chicane. Devilson's going to look towards the outside, but Winter's going to have the inside here, and he should be able to hold on. Looks like he does. Look how close they are. The Devilson just can't find a way past just yet. Likewise with I Am Slow and not Speedy, I Am Slow and Yaroslav, who are not too far behind these two who are watching on the left hand side. You can see them just in the background, and Windsor going defensive once again, but can the Devilson get the switch back? Windsor's left that open, and I think they're going to be side by side coming up towards the final corner here, or the final chicane. Can Windsor hold it on the inside? Looks like he's going to. Has he gone deep? He has, and I think that might be Devilson's position to gain as he gets that move done, and the Devilson goes up into P17. It's a good move there from the Devilson, capitalising on that mistake from Windsor. But in the back, that is I Am Slow and Yaroslav side by side now. I Am Slow just needs to be a bit later on the brakes here, and I think he may have this position done, but he runs a bit wide on the curb. But no, he's got that move done, and I Am Slow up into P7. Just 3 minutes left to go of this race. Can I Am Slow hold on now? They've reversed positions. He's going to need to do the defending. Gap between Simo and Skyflu 4.4 seconds. We're still very close at the top. But was that mistake from Yaroslav? No, it wasn't. Leo and 10TFS neck and neck as well. Got battles all over the field here. Now, can Leo get past is the question. He's going to go for the outside. 10TFS is holding the inside line. Can Leo go for the switchback? Looks like he's going to be able to, but they're going to be side by side. And no, not even side by side. Leo's got that move done. Here's 10TFS looking to return the favour. No, I don't think he can. And Melik there off the track. He's not had the best races as Melik. Or not the best races, not the best time here at Zolder. He's made quite a few mistakes, but Leo up into P5 after starting at the back. And Ironstars up into P7 likewise starting at the back. And he's still got Yaroslav all over the back of him. Have they encountered any back markers? I don't think so. Oh no, they have. That's the Devilson just up ahead, who's going to need to move out the way here on the next straight. And that is Armobic just up ahead as well. They're going to have to lap. There we go, the Devilson moves out the way. I think Yaroslav's going to have to thread the needle between both of the back markers here. And he does nicely.
Leaders on final lap.
And can Yaroslav get back past? There's only 1 minute left of the race to go. Whereas our race leader Simo is on the final lap now. And there we go, Skyfu coming through turn 3. 5.7 seconds behind. All it takes here is one mistake from Simo. One drive-through penalty even. We don't know how many track limit warnings these drivers are on. Coming through the final corner for Yaroslav and I'm slow. They've still got another lap to go. Bit of a rhyme there. And it doesn't look like Yaroslav's able to keep up with I'm slow here. Capo and Walker 1.6 seconds between the two. So we've got some very close battles going on. Winser's only 1.4 seconds back to Melik. Melik's only 1.6 seconds back to the Devilson. So pretty much battles all over the field. But where is Simo? Rounding off the final corner here. And he's going to cross the line once again to take P1 in Zolder in Division 2. And once again extending his championship lead. Skyfu in P2. The two Bentleys finishing P1 and P2 pretty much as they qualified. Walker is still holding on here for P3. Capote is close behind, but they're running out of track here. Walker looks like he may be able to hold on to this position. He's just got this final corner to go. And there we go, rounds off the final corner. He's going to take the final podium spot. Is Walker, P3 there for Walker. Capote is going to finish in P4. Leo is going to finish in P5. 10TFS Tekalita is going to finish in P6 with I'm Slow defending against Yaroslav in P7, who finished, and Yaroslav in P8, Speedy in P9, Acura is going to cross the line in P10. TFJ unfortunately disconnecting. He had some connection issues during the race as well. Who's going to finish in P11. Marcy's going to finish in P12. And Fastmat there is going to finish in P13. And then P14 for Chem Candy, P15 for Armobic, the Devilson P16, Windsor P17, and Melik P18. Some donuts here to celebrate from the drivers, but there we have it. Simo in first, Skyfu in second, and Walker in third. We'll be back very, very shortly in about 10 minutes or so for Division 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Division 1 underway now. 8 minutes left of this qualifying session. The track is currently green. I believe it was raining in practice though. But it's not wet here in qualifying, and Baptista currently on provisional pole at 129.094. Largo in second, who just crosses the line there. Doesn't seem to improve that time around. But number 62 car, Tyson Tom's going to cross the line, put it into P3. None of the drivers dipping into the 28s yet, like we saw Tom and Simo Mello do in Division 3 and Division 2. But I think those two drivers definitely should be in Division 1 at some point. Simo looks to be good for Division 1 next season. But 18 drivers on track tonight here in Division 1. And 16 degrees track temp and an ambient temp. It's quite cold here in this qualifying session. Let's have a quick look at the standings here for Division 1. So coming into this round, Tyson Tom leading the championship on 151 points, followed by Melvin on 127, then Fresh Kingy in third on 124, Baptista on 121, RMS in 5th on 112, Largo in 6th on 95, Ethan on 82, Oriasar on 81, Kenny on 73, and Lely to round up the top 10 on 68 points. So you have it. Ethan goes into P2, so it just shows how strong the Bentley is here at Zolder. But Ethan seems to have found some pace the last few rounds. He's really stepped on it and has found another gear, and is finding himself towards the top of the field. A bit of a slide there, so I don't think it's going to be an improvement this lap for Ethan. But coming across the line we've got the 970 car of SVVKC, who puts it into P9 there, 9/10 off. BST's just started the lap pretty much. The 181 car of John Jig is going to come through the final chicane now. What's it going to be for John Jig? Is he going to find any more time? Across the line, he does put it into P16, still 1.9 seconds off though. And the number 19 car of Kingy in P17 currently, 2 seconds off. Where is this going to put him? As I see, Lely goes into P2. King jumps up to P16 there. Don't think he really likes Zolder. And it's quite hard to find pace in a track you don't like. But Lely into P2, just 3/10 off of Baptista. Not much in it so far. But the number 33 car of BST NNA is going to cross the line, currently 1.1 seconds off, no improvement that time around. The next car is going to be Forex State, who hasn't yet set a lap time. You can see that SVW in P8 currently just behind there, Euphoric State on track. And Euphoric State's going to come up towards the final chicane now. Rounds the final corner. What's it going to be for him? Is it going to be an improvement? Guitar Rich showing support for John Jig. No holding up the field today. Looks like Euphoric State puts it into P10, so good lap time there from Euphoric State. Pizik and JR showing their support for Deedee and Kenny. Euphoric State, oh, very sideways there. I think he's going to bin it into the barriers. Possibly return the car to the pits, but let's get a quick track walk here of Zolder, and I'm pretty sure I won't be able to pronounce any of the corner names, so I'm not going to attempt that. But Zolder, the land of the chicanes, as it's known, even the pit entry has a bit of a chicane, so they really thought this one out when creating the circuit. But yeah, plenty of chicanes on this track. Lots of tight, twisty corners. It's a high downforce, slow track. So cars like the Mercedes Bentley and even Ferrari really do suit Zolder. And it's quite evident we've got a Bentley in P1, 2 Mercedes P2 and P3, and then a Bentley, 2 Bentleys P4 and P5, and the next one down is a Ferrari. So pretty much all those cars that have good BOP on this track are near the top. And Melvin just crosses the line there. A champion from Season 5 hasn't had the best start to Season 6 so far. He says he's just woken up not long ago, so he's feeling a bit slow. But the next car across the line is going to be the number 62 car. That's Tayson Tom. What's it going to be? He's taking that straight line to the start-finish line. P3 there for Tayson Tom. And he's going to continue on another lap. RMS in the pits. Now remember, the drivers in Division 1 only have 2 tyre sets to last them practice, qualifying and race. But I'm sure if the race is wet, they definitely won't be needing those slick tyres, and they'll have pretty much unlimited wet tyres in the race, and it's not possible to limit them. And that's Lager that goes into P2, just 600ths off of Baptista in P1. Now Baptista had an equipment failure last time out at Imola, so he's looking to gain some points this time around. Now there is a drop round as well, so Baptista's thankful for that, but he dips into the 128s here at Zolder on a green track. And we've seen the exact same in Division 2 from Simo Mello and in Division 3 from Tom. Now the Tayson Tom is coming up towards the last chicane. 4/10 off currently. Let's see if he can find any more time here. Using all of the track available, they're taking a bit of the grass. I don't think it's going to be a huge improvement, or not at all, from Tayson Tom. So he stays P4. Where is Lely on track? He's coming into turn 4 here. And Ethan, who was once P2, is up down to P6 now. Rest of the line, no improvement there from him either. Lager crosses the line once again, no improvement that time around. And then we've got Baptista. Can he improve on that 28? Looks like he will be able to, just by a few hundredths there. And I think that's him done in this qualifying session. Lely's lost the car there, so that's pretty much him done in that qualifying session as well. Now Melvin coming through the final corner. 8/10 off currently. You don't usually see that from Melvin. But what's it going to be? Still no improvement there. Seems like he's really been struggling this season in terms of pace. Might even have to ditch the Lexus for next season, because it doesn't seem to be working for him. Although he took the win at Imola last time around, I don't think he's been getting enough consistent wins in this car. And everyone on the grid is pretty much up the ante. They've become much quicker than in previous seasons. It's been much closer in terms of qualifying as well. But we've got Lager coming up towards the final chicane. Is he going to continue out on track? Yes, he will. He may even be up on his time here. It's a good sign for him. But he's going to cross the line. What's it going to be for Lager? And he puts it on pole! Lager with a 128.911, just 500ths quicker than Baptista. And he cut that close for sure. But let's see, can any of these two, or any of the drivers out on track, still setting their lap times, take that off of Lager? I think it's going to be very difficult to do so. I believe that's DasStopsChild just up in front. He's going to cross the line now to finish his qualifying session. He does improve, puts it to P10 there, and Melvin with no improvement still in P7, so there we go. That's your qualifying session over. Lager taking pole position, Baptista in second, RMS in third, and that's your top 3 in this qualifying session. So make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly for the final race of the evening. So onto the formation lap now, and it is raining. Wow, look at that! It seems to get rain seems to be getting heavier in 10 minutes as well, much heavier, and I think that is pretty much medium rain here. So everyone should really be on wet tyres. If not, they've made a huge error. But I'd like to take this time to thank all our patrons. Massive thank you to everyone here who supports the SimZone financially. As we know, the website costs, the servers on ACC costs, and there's many more hidden costs behind the scenes, so becoming a patron definitely helps us in continuing to run the SimZone. And we also have the donations for the PS5 as well. If you want a PS5 championship next season, or you're enjoying the stream, please make sure to donate using the link pinned in the comments. Once that green bar is full, then we'll start PS5 championships as well as PS4 as soon as possible. But here we go, drivers lining up side by side now, preparing for the race start. It's not going to be an easy one into turn 1, especially in these wet conditions. And we're going to go green any moment now. Lager starting on the inside in P1, and we should be green. There we go, Lager off to a good start. Baptista though matching him, and into turn 1 we go. Can Baptista hold it round the outside? I think he will be able to, and very close on exit between both of them. Looks like Baptista's got the inside for turn 2, and up into P1 he goes already, so that wasn't long held for Lager. And Baptista up into P2, that's RMS still on P3, followed by Lely, who's moved up a position. What's happened to Taysom Tom? He's lost a position to Lely and Ithan, so down into P5 he goes. But what a good start we've had. That seems to be Ollie RSR, who is late on the brakes there, bounces over the chicane. I think tried to get the car stopped in time there, but couldn't do so. But luckily they didn't come together, these two, and Taysom Tom still on the inside, later on the brakes, and he's held on to that position as Taysom Tom. That seems to be Deedee, who's moved up a couple of positions as well. Where's DasStopsChild? He's dropped down the order here, behind Euphoric State now, and looks like that is BST NNA down the inside of DasStopsChild as well, and SVB KC is now looking down the inside. Likewise is Kingy. They're all taking advantage here of DasStopsChild, who's made a mistake somewhere in the start, and Melvin down into P15, so he hasn't had a good start at all either. Doesn't have any damage on the car, but he's definitely been swamped by this pack. Just up ahead of him, and he dives into the pits. He started the wrong tyres as Melvin, and that's why he's dropped down the order. So he must have started on the slicks, and he's going to have to make 2 pit stops here, because it's outside of the pit window. And remember, the pit window opens once that timer on the top right hand corner of the screen reaches 40. So yeah, disaster for Melvin there. We'll go back to this battle. Baptista has opened up a 1 second gap to Lager, but this battle's still going strong. RMS in P3 holding off Lely and Ithan. And Taysom Tom's got a massive train behind him as well. Oh, Lager bouncing over the chicane, getting some airtime there. Thought his Bentley was a plane for a second, but Deedee's gone a bit wide there to the chicane. SVW is going to try for that move, though he backs out sensibly there. And Deedee holds on to that position. BST NNA behind, though, looking quite strong. SVW might be in a Porsche sandwich very soon here. But the rear end of BST not looking very stable. SVW was very lucky there to not lose the car, because his rear wheel was on the grass. Now SVW is going to have the slipstream coming down towards turn 1. Deedee's going defensive. I don't think he needs it just yet. And back over to the racing line we go. SVW much later on the brakes there into turn 1. Keep an eye on this battle. Lely still in P4. He got a great start, did Lely. And Tayson Tom's dropped down the order. Olias are very close to Tayson Tom here. And we know how good the Bentley is at Zolder. It's good in the wet as well, but let's see what Ollie can do here. SVW is still very, very close to the back of Deedee, and leads that Baptista's got after getting Lager into turn 2. 2.4 seconds, so is Baptista going to run away with this one again? Or can Lager catch up? And he's now fallen into the clutches of RMS. And in this train, is that Oliasar who's caught back up as well? I think he's closed the gap. It's not 1.3 seconds. And we've got the lazy cameraman again. So, I know it's less than 1.3 now. And Ollie is really catching this train. He's going to benefit massively from this battle. And look at this, we've got a bit of a tangle between the two Mercedes drivers. It looks like Lely went slightly wide there. He's going to lose all those positions. That's Oliasar on the outside. Can he hold it around the outside? It looks like he can. And he's going to have the inside of the turn 2, so up he goes. Lely, maybe with just one slight mistake there, has lost all those positions. Tayson Tom back into P5. RMS though lost P4, P3. So Ithan up into P3 now, who leads this train. Lager's been able to break away. He's got a 2-second gap now, but 4 seconds back to Baptista. So Baptista on another level at the moment. This is such a good train we've got. Such a good battle going on. And it looks like that SVW is in another train here, but they're catching up to Lely, 2.6 seconds behind. But for now, SVW leads this train, followed by Deedee, then BSTNNA, then SVBKC, then Kingy, and Hooschii not too far behind either, followed by Kenny there. And where is Melvin? He's in clean air, but he's got a lot of work to do. So he's made one pit stop, and he's going to have to make another as well due to the mandatory pit stop and the pit window. A euphoric state within a second to John Jig here. Oh, that's DasStopsChild facing the wrong way. Looks like he's lost the car there, but I think that would have been a bit of a brown pants moment for euphoric state. And I think it was John Jig. Yeah, it was John Jig. To see a car facing the wrong way there must have been quite scary. RMS still keeping with Ithan. Ithan's just found so much space here at Zolder. That runs slightly wide there. You can see the understeer he's struggling with at the moment. And can RMS go for a move here? No, he can't at the moment. So you're going to slot back in for now. Euphoric State into the pits. What's happened to Euphoric State? Is he on the wrong tyres? He might be on the wrong tyres here. Track is still damp, but it should get to wet very soon. Now Baptista still holding that 4-second lead to Lager. Nothing really going on between the top two. Ithan's broken away from RMS slightly. That's given him some breathing and thinking space. But RMS has still got Tayson Tom right behind him, both running black and white livery here. And Ollie up into P6. Is he losing time to Lely though? Not sure. I wouldn't suspect Lely to be battling with Ollie too hard at the moment. Yep, there we go. Track is now wet. And Ithan's catching up to Lager. It's interesting to see here. Tord in the comments saying, go Deedee. But Yeah, Ollie's holding on to P6. It seems like that he doesn't really want to battle with Ollie at the moment. They are keeping up with the pack ahead, which is what they want to be doing here. And we don't really see many overtakes just yet in this pack. It seems that Ethan is slightly pulling away and catching up to Largo. Euphoric is still in the pits. Might even be a retirement there for Euphoric State. He could even be at relegation for Division 2. Let's see where he is in the standings currently. Euphoric State is currently P19 in the standings, so another DNF won't do any good for him. Yeah, if you're not aware with how the promotion demotion system works, and oh, before we go to that, Taste of Tom and Ollie are side by side coming up towards turn 1. Ollie's going to go for the switchback. No, it didn't seem to work, and Lenny there pulling to the outside. But yeah, these three have lost a lot of time to RMS and Ithan. Seems like Taste of Tom isn't able to keep up with the Bentleys and the Mercedes here. He's pretty much the only Ferrari in that mix. The top 1st to 8th are all Bentleys and Mercedes, apart from Taste and Tom. So Taste and Tom, the odd one out here. But he's showing that the Ferrari can do it at Zolder in the wet. Back to Ethan. He's pretty much within a second to Lager now. And RMS sticking with them as well. You can see that's Taste Tom and Ollie in the background. Lenny, what's happened to him? He's made a mistake here. He's now got SVW all over the back of him. And SVW seems to have the pace to stick with these drivers in front. Deedee has lost that position to SVW. He's now fallen back slightly. The two Porsches here, Deedee and BST NNA, quite on pace, but look at this King, he's trying the outside into turn 1. BST going very, very defensive here, and I think King is going to go round the outside there. He's going to have the inside for the second corner, and let's see, can he keep it on the inside, or can BST hold it around the outside? It's going to be very, very close between these two. And no, it looks like Kingy. Oh, big slide there for BST, and looks like Kingy's got that position done. But that's SVV Casey very close behind Kingy here. Kingy keeping the car in the middle of the track, but Casey's not going to go for a move into the chicane. BST, I'm surprised he was able to save that slide. So he's pretty much almost onto the grass or the gravel on the exit of turn 2, and it's allowed Hooschii to catch up as well, likewise Kenny. So these two closing the gap to the pack ahead. There's just 7.5 minutes till the pit window. Are we going to see anyone changing tyres? Now I know wets possibly can last. Oh, we've had a disconnection here. What has happened? Who have we lost? We've lost someone. That's a shame. Who have we lost? Try to have a look here. Can't quite figure out who we've lost. Is DasStopsChild still in the race? Yes, he is. Oh, we've lost Ithan, haven't we? Yes, we've lost Ithan. What a shame there. He's running so well at the top. And he's got a disconnection. I think we've seen him disconnect before, but yeah, it's the problem with ACC. If you're not really wired connection, it is a bit finicky with the disconnections. But Kenny still sticking with Hooschii. We go back to the battle for P3 now, after Ifhan's disconnection. Tayson Tom, look how close he's got out the exit of the hairpin. He might be looking for a move here into the final chicane. Tayson Tom, no, he's not going to go for that. RMS did keep the car in the middle of the track before reaching the braking zone. Ollie's still sticking with these two. You see the Lely in the background as well, but Lager's been able to hold on, and look at the lead that Baptista's got. 8 seconds to Lager in P2. Let's quickly have a look at the onboards. Now that's Ifhan who's disconnected, so we'll bring up another onboard later on. I assume maybe it's got something to do with his stream. That he's had the disconnection. As we know, streaming races can take up a lot of bandwidth, and he's still very, very close to Hooschii here. Back to this battle. Ollie losing a bit of time now. Tayson Tom as well, not as close as he was last lap to RMS. But Kingy, look at this. SVP KC has got past, and Kingy down into P9. I think this may just be one of Kingy's drop rounds that he'll have to take. He said before he's not that confident at Zolder. The McLaren doesn't like the curbs at all, and let alone in the dry. Now we've got a wet race here. The DD and BST NNA still very, very close, and look at this train that's forming. Pretty much Casey leading this, followed by Kingy, then DD, then BST NNA, then Hooschii, and then Kenny, all battling for P8. Ifhan saying server kicked him. Yeah, disconnection, unfortunately, Ifhan. I'd advise not streaming your race. So that usually takes up a lot of bandwidth. Now Kenny all over the curb there. Luckily held it together. But Kenny's still sticking right up to the back of KC. He's not losing any time whatsoever. He's definitely got the pace to stick with him, or maybe even get back past. But he's definitely going to be checking his rear view mirror. The driver's behind, closing in. DD now. Bit of a compromised exit. BST NNA is looking to the outside here. He's going to go quite defensive. He's going to have a lift, I think. And BST not close enough to send it down the inside into the hairpin. He has to worry now, because Hooshii's right behind him. Likewise is Kenny. And DD doesn't look like he's feeling the pressure. He looks quite calm on track at the moment. Hasn't really needed to go that defensive. Coming down into turn 1 though, BST is going to have the slipstream, but no, DD can comfortably take the racing line here. But looks like he might have to go slightly defensive into turn 2, which he does. And Hooschii seems to be planning an attack here on a BST NNA, and BST, if he's going to have to take a different line to get past DD, and by doing so he's going to open up the door to Hooschii, so at least the time is overtake correctly here. Flash of lights there from him, maybe he sees himself on stream. close they are coming through the chicane. And it's good to see both the Porsches on track very equally matched. But they've caught up to Kingy. Kingy's lost some time now to KC. Kingy's made a mistake somewhere. But where's KC? He's up to the back of Ollie, who's dropped down behind SVW. So Ollie's made a mistake as well. And we've got a 5-car train once again. So Kingy leading this train, followed by Deedee, then BSTNNA, then Hooschii, then Kenny. I think we'll go on board with BSTNNA because it'd be rude not to. We have some good angles here, and they won't be diving into the pits this lap because the pit window doesn't open just yet. So here we go on board with BST. Looks like he's going defensive. No, onto the racing line. He's got Hooschii behind still. Deedee slightly wide there through turn 2, that's allowed BST to get closer once again. You can see how much they needed to correct the car. Just to stop the rear end from coming out, pit window now open. That last lap from PSM there, 126.5. It's best lap into the 35s though. Wouldn't be surprised if the top two are doing 34s, 33s. See in the rearview mirror there of the SCNA that Hooschii and Kenny are losing some time now. Maybe battling a bit too much, although they're not too far behind. Are we going to see anyone into the pits? Yes, that seems to be Kingy diving into the pits there. So Ollie into the pits as well. DasStopsChild into the pits. Euphoric stays pretty much inside the car, so that's going to be a DNF for him. But this battle, absolutely amazing. Another flash of lights from BSTNNA. Really what he wants to be doing. But he's gone wide once again onto the grass. We saw him do that earlier on in the race. Somehow he's just kept it together, but look at this, he's got a really bad run coming down towards the chicane. Is Hooschii going to have a look here? No, he's not. Kenny's having a look though on Hooschii, a very late move, but he hasn't made it stick. And looks like he's got a better run than Hooschii out of the chicane, and I don't think there's going to be enough space for Kenny to send him down the inside here. But look at these two, so close on the exit. And Deedee obviously from the Run DJC team. He's got some people watching, JR and Chris Pizik, both, I believe both on the PC platform. I know Chris is, I can't remember if JR was on PC now. Used to be a bit late on the brakes there. So he's just tagging the inside of the sausage curb. SVW into the pits for his mandatory stop. This battle has been going on pretty much since the start of the race. This is usually where we see the field spread out a bit and the pit stops start taking place. And Hooschii wide on the exit of turn 1. Can Kenny capitalise on that? He's going to try the outside. And no, I think it's a bit too wide there. But Hooschii struggling for grip. You can see the rear end wiggling all over the place. And a bit of a slide there for him. Can he look to have got a better exit? Another flash of the lights there from BSTNNA. We're not sure why he's flashing his lights here. But a mistake for there from Deedee, jumping over the sausage curbs, and looks like BST has got past, and looks like Hooshii's going to try as well, but Deedee's got the inside and a big slide there from Hooschii, but DeedeeTKU holds on to P8. But BSTNNA is either as his consistent white flashing, he's flashed about 3 times now, or it was the pressure, consistent pressure that he's putting on DeedeeTKU that unfortunately made him crumble. But can DeedeeTKU stick with BSTNNA? That is the question. Or is DeedeeTKU going to go into the pits? No, he's going to stay out on track. And if I were Kenny, I'd pit as soon as possible, try and get the undercut on maybe all 3 of them. He's right at the back. He's got the option to do so, and with them battling as they are now, if he gets a good pit stop, a good outlap, good inlap, he could definitely undercut the 3 of them. But Tayson Tom back to this battle, still close to RMS here. Oh, yep, forgot to bring up the other onboard. Let's do that now, actually. These 2 have been pretty much equal on pace since the start. And Melvin in the pits as well. I think he has pretty much retired the car. Who is that they've caught up to? I think that's... Is that Lager? Yes, it is. So he's lost some time now to RMS and Tayson Tom. The track is fairly wet and it looks like it's going to stay like this until the end of the race. Let's bring up some more POVs here. Just bear with me while we do this. Okay, here we go. Got SVW on the bottom right and Baptista on the top right. He's pretty much on his own at the moment. He's got 7.6 second lead to Lager and P2. And now the gap between Lager and RMS under a second. Tayson Tom is there as well. Will we see Lager dive into the pits? No, doesn't look like it. These 3 opting to stay out on track. Hooschii still on the back of Ken. Oh, Kenny's actually got past. I didn't catch that. But he's gone slightly wide through the hairpin. And Hooshii's looking to get this position back. Kenny's going to need to go defensive. He does. Keeps kind of moving over the track. Moves back over to the racing line. And fends off Hooschii there through the final chicane. So good defensive driving there from Kenny. DeedeeTKU losing a bit of time to BST. But these top 11s still need to serve their mandatory pit stops. And we did see SVW close to Ollie RSR, who has made a mistake somewhere. He was in front of SVW. He's dropped back now. Lenny looks to be about to put a lap here on Ollie. He's to cut the chicane slightly. Probably going to be a track limit warning there for Ollie. Seems to be struggling with the car quite a bit though. Maybe overpressured. Back to this battle, RMS Lager, RMS and Taste and Tom all battling for P2. Now let's get a quick onboard lap with Baptista, who's just started a lap. And that last lap from Baptista, 1:34.5 I think. Yep, 1:34.5. Lapping much quicker than the rest of the field. And let's see what it was for Lager in fact. So that last lap for Lager was, in a second, 1:34.7. Actually not too much slower than Baptista. So pretty much equal pace, but I think it's just the consistency that Lager might be lacking here. And now they seem to be approaching SVW, who's already served his mandatory pit stops. He's going to get blue flagged in a moment. And is it time for one of these three to pit?
We are halfway through, keep it up.
Oh, yep, there we go. RMS diving into the pits there. Looked quite quick. Let's hope he hasn't hit the wall. It's very easy to do. And let's have a look. Where is RMS? No, he seems to have stopped perfectly there. Just change the camera angle here. Tessa Tom still in P3, about a second behind Lager though. He's caught up to SVW, who obviously has served his mandatory pit stop. And he's going to need to move out the way shortly. Kenny gains a position, he's catching up to Deedee now. Hooschie's in the pits. But Kenny and Deedee have been equal on pace pretty much the whole season. And Kenny currently in the championship is let's have a look. Currently in the championship, Kenny is in 9th on 73 points, and Deedee is in 11th on 59. So not so not much separating the two in the standings either. I've got Melvin in the chat saying took the gamble and lost. And in the pits they fueled his car as well. That's a shame, Melvin. Yeah, definitely shouldn't have started on the wets. The track was damp, started to get wetter as well. But yeah, it's not looking good for you, Melvin, in the championship, unfortunately. But we win some, we lose some. So you can't win everything. And the pace in Division 1 has definitely improved, so I think everyone has to really work 10 times harder to get on the top spot. Kingy closing back up to KC now. Both these two have served their mandatory stops. Now into the pits as well. Hooschii is now on the back of SVW. Where is Kenny? About a second and a half back to Deedee, so he's lost some time there. But Kingy, oh, looks like he made a mistake through that chicane. This is on still within a second to Lager. These two have got 7 minutes left of the pit window. Well, the top 5 do now. DasStopsChild into the pits as well. So I think he's retired the car. And Testadom diving into the pits there, following Lager through. So let's see if Lager can stay out in front, or will Taste and Tom go for an undercut. You see there in 10 minutes rain getting less, but I don't think the track will dry up. But for the drivers, should be a bit more visibility on track for them. Hooschie's still battling with SVW here. 3 chance separating these two. Now the top 5 all into the pits pretty much at the same time there. But yeah, remember, drivers that do DNF more than 3 times, or even don't attend races, have their spot removed from the championship. It all adds up here, so for the drivers that do retire, it's probably best for them to stay out on track and then pick up as many points as they can, because relegation as well isn't going to be fun. I thought the rain stopped there for a second, but seems like it hasn't. Kingy losing some time to KC now as they exit the final corner. Deedee and Kenny still in the pits here. Deedee has served his stop, likewise as Kenny, so I think Deedee's going to come out in front. Where will they come out in terms, in comparison to BST, SVW and Hooschii? Exiting the pit lane now. Where is BST NNA? He's coming through turn 2. SVW is there. Where's Kenny? He's lost some time there in the pit exit. He's lost a lot of time in the pit exit. I think he may have hit the wall or something. You can see that he's going extremely defensive coming up towards the chicane. Is he on the correct tyres? I'm sure he must be. He jumps, flies over the chicane there. I have a feeling he might not be. Although he's keeping up with, I think he would have lost the car by now if he was on slicks, to be honest. Probably just not up to temp here. He's had to cut the chicane again. He has to be careful. He doesn't want to pick up a drive-through penalty. We've seen it happen in Division 2. But SVW leading this pack, followed by Hooschii. Look how close Hooschii is on the exit of the hairpin. Mr. Cameraman, switch over please. I'm surprised we haven't been fired yet, this cameraman. But here we go, Hooschii so close to SVW. Kenny and Ollie are probably not going to work together now. I think Ollie's going to want to get this position off of Kenny. Lager, oh look at this, I didn't quite realise, but so RMS has got the job done. Whether that was in the pit stops or not, I don't know. And oh, huge airtime there for RMS. Lager just avoiding him, and RMS is going to lose. Is he going to lose the position to Taysom Tom? He is. Taysom Tom gets back past, and RMS, they're trying to, I think, made a big mistake. Don't think he was meant to take that much curb. But he turned from sim racing to flight simulator very, very quickly there for him. And luckily he didn't end up in the wall. Back to this battle. Kingy and Casey side by side here. Looks like he's got the inside. And still side by side. There's a bit of contact between the two. Kingy has got that position done. Can Casey get it back? Oh, takes a bit of the grass. And nearly loses the rear end. But Kingy up into P6, bit of argy-bargy between the two, but looked to be hard racing. Now back to this battle, 4-car battle for P10. Well, the cameraman's a bit better this time around, and SVW and where's it gone? SVW, I thought you were side by side there, but looks like Kenny has got past Hooschii once again. So Kenny up into P11, Hooschii down into P12. And a flash of lights there from Hooschii earlier on. I'm not sure if he was unhappy with something. Melbourne saying wise words on to make safe. So yeah, just enjoy the rest of the season, Melbourne. And a wide for Hooschii. Can Ole Assad capitalise on that? No, it's just not close enough this time around. But he's got a good exit there. And is that Hooschii going defensive? I think he was slightly. Let's see, the driver's making it cleanly through that chicane. No airtime this time around. SVW now pulling away after Kenny got past Hooschii here. Pretty much everyone has served their mandatory pit stop. So the pit window is going to close very shortly. Only 20 minutes left of the race. Now let's get an onboard here from Hooschii, I think. It's very, very close to Kenny. Bit of a slide on the final corner. That time around I think it's 1:13.58 for Hooschii. See the Ferrari of Kenny taking a lot more of the inside curve into turn 1, and that's helped him. He's pulling away slightly on the exit. And I think Hooschii might be struggling to get the power down here on the exit corners, and all over. Oh, Kenny's made a mistake as well. He got hooked on the grass, and Hooschii almost followed him off. But Kenny, has he kept it out of the wall there? I'm not sure if he has. I don't think he's kept it out of the wall as Kenny. And disaster. No, he's got some severe damage there. Disaster for Kenny. He's going to be beating himself up after that one. He's running such a good race there. But you can see him. I think that's him in the background. No. I think it's going to be maybe a retirement there for Kenny. Just such a shame. Back to Ole Assad and Hooschii. Ole really struggling in these conditions, I think. Oh, Hooshii's off as well, and Ole benefiting after that mistake from Hooschii. So these conditions really catching people out now in the final 2 stages of this race. But RMS and Tayson Tom we saw got past RMS after his huge error into the chicane coming up now. But he's been able to close the gap after some hard work here. Question is, can he get past? Tayson Tom's going to have to defend for another whole 18 minutes here. And Kenny there still off track. Caused a bit of a yellow flag there. Hope he can either get the car going once again or return to the pits. But make sure, for those of you that are watching the stream, make sure to donate. We're almost halfway there for the PS5. Remember, if you don't get enough donations, if you don't feel that green bar by the end of the season, we won't be able to move over to or start a PS5 championship. All it takes is a click of the button, click of the link in the comments. There's a pinned comment there with the link in, and be sure to help us raise enough funds here for a PS5. So we're almost halfway there. Or if you're just enjoying the stream, be sure to show your appreciation here. Armour still playing the patient game, I think, waiting for Tayson Tom to make a mistake. But it's unlikely. You don't usually see Tayson Tom making mistakes. But Lager's been able to hold on to P2. It's been quite a lonely race for Baptista up the front. He got the move done on Lager into turn 2 and he's pretty much been pulling away ever since. Now it looks like Casey's got back past Kingy's. He didn't quite catch that, but Kingy's got to do this work all over again. And oh, a mistake there from SVV. Casey's lost the car, lost the rear end. Oh, Kingy's come into contact there with KC, and Lenny's got past. Kingy's picked up some heavy damage on the front of that McLaren, and now it's fallen into touch with BST NNA. I think SVKC did hold his brakes there. There's not really much he could do when he was on the grass, which is unfortunate for King. He just got collected in that, but maybe commentator's curse there. As soon as I switched on to Casey, he made a mistake. But King is not going to want to pit now. He's going to lose a lot of time if he does. He's just going to have to hold BST NNA off here. King going defensive. He's going to lose a lot of time through the corners with that front end damage. He's not looking in a great position at the moment. Casey, where is he? He's dropped down to P10. Looks to be about to lose another position here to Oli Assar. Is going to go around the outside with ease here, and he's got that position done. BST and Kingy still very close. RMS and Taysom Tom likewise bumper to bumper here, coming down towards turn 1. Taysom Tom going very defensive. RMS looking to the outside. Can he get a switch back here? Has Taysom Tom kept it within the track? Yes, he has. And he's going to have to hold the inside line through turn 2. RMS is going for another switch back here. Can he get that inside line? It's going to be very close between the two. But Taysom Tom has done just enough to hold on here. And a very nice exit there from RMS. Taysom Tom going defensive very early. And if he can get the car stopped in time, he should be able to hold on here. And yes, he does. RMS trying that outside line, which we saw Ollie do on KC. It hasn't worked for RMS though. SVW and P9 is caught up to Deedee once again, so this battle continues. We've got another 4-car battle towards the end of this race. So Deedee leading this train in P8, followed by SVW, then Oli Assar, and then KC. He's made another mistake there. That damage after his spin definitely not helping. I think he's running maybe a bit too, or maybe not enough wing even. That rear end is all over the place. Back to watching Ollie, who's keeping the gap with SVW. RMS losing some time to... Oh wait! Oh no! RMS losing some time to Taysom Tom. Thought they were... I thought RMS got past, but he hadn't. And Ollie running wide there onto the gravel, that's not going to help there for him. Casey isn't close enough to capitalise. You can see that in the background, that's Hooschii. Kenny's got it back on track, but he's having to drive through the damage. And it looks like that is Taste and Tom and RMS who are going to come to lap Kenny here. Could this be a chance for RMS to get past? Is the traffic going to come into play here? We'll see. They should close into Kenny very quickly with the amount of damage he's carrying. You can see the tyre marks there into turn 2, maybe a few lockups. And the tyre marks on the exit of turn 3. I think we've seen a few drivers lose their rear end there as well. Kenny's moving over there, so no time lost for RMS or Taste and Tom. SVW and Deedee still bumper to bumper here. Ollie sticking with them. Casey's lost some time, I suppose, due to that damage. How long can SVW hold on for, or how long can Deedee hold on for? Ollie looking to the inside, he's definitely not close enough for that camera angle. Looked like he was a bit closer. He's gained time through the chicane. These three bunching up a bit more. The STNNA is a bit too far ahead. Who's that they've got in front? That's John Jig, who's going to have to move out the way for these three. Yeah, John Jig struggling with the conditions here at Zolder. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to have to move out the way now. Deedee. There we go. Puts the left signal on. Deedee holds onto that position. SVW isn't close enough for a move into the final corner, but look at that. He gets so close there on entry. Mercedes just can take so much more of the curb. Now is SVW thought about going defensive? Deedee doing a good job at holding on here. Make sure to keep commenting. Let us know what you think of the race, who you're rooting for as well. Just 8.5 minutes left to go. Ollie Arsa even closer than he was before. Oh, a bit of a wiggle on the exit. But he hasn't lost any time whatsoever to SVW and Deedee. I think this battle's going to go down to the wire here for these three. Casey's still 3.5 seconds back. RMS and Taste and Tom still battling for that final podium position here. BST is caught back up to Kingy. Kingy's doing a good job at holding on to P6 after that collision with KC. But these conditions sure do catch out a lot of the drivers. But for Baptista and Lager, well, for the top 5 really, and top 6, top 7. Well, most of the drivers actually, they've been okay. It's been, these conditions have caught out a few. And starting on the wrong tyres. Damp track it started on, I believe. And forecast did show heavier rain. So you always want to start on the wet tyres. definitely those that have made mistakes today, I'm sure they won't be making it next time. If we do have these sort of conditions again, which I'm sure we will do, as we are pretty much approaching winter time. But the next track we have, let's see what the next track is. Alton Park, which is in the UK. We don't know about the weather in the UK. Let's have a look at the moment. It's looking wet next week as well. We never know, it could change by the time Division 1 is finished. Just don't know with UK weather. Ollie so close to the back of SVW here. They're losing time to Deedee. Deedee's got a bit of breathing room. He seems to be going defensive back over to the racing line. Ollie trying for a move there. Slots back in sensibly, and I think SVW's feeling the pressure now from Ollie. Look how close Ollie RSR is to SVW. He's even have to tap on the brakes, and it tags the grass there, almost losing the car into the wall, but he's managed to keep it going. And as a result, Casey's been catching up, and he's lost the car again into the wall. And massive thanks to Euphoric State there for the £17 donation. And he's going to have to be careful with rejoining the track, and John Jig has somehow managed to avoid him. But had a bit of a meeting with the wall there. Yeah, we've passed the halfway mark, if I can speak. So thanks once again to everyone who's donated. And we are definitely getting there. Plenty of time to go till the season ends. But SVVKC, it's too many SVs. SVVKC has picked up even more damage after that spin. You can tell he's really struggling with the car after his first spin. BSTNNA looking for a move on Kingy, but Kingy going defensive here up towards the chicane. And Kingy's been doing a great job at holding on to P6 even with that damage. And for those that have just tuned in, don't know how he picked up that damage. Casey lost the car and Kingy couldn't avoid it. But the rear end of BSTNNA, well, his car, is quite loose at the moment. Flash of the lights there from him. He's looking towards the outside here. Having a look to the inside, but the dummy's not going to fool Kingy. Kingy's been in this position many times before. He's an experienced racer. Been in Division 1 pretty much since the first few seasons of the SimZone. And BSTNNA with a much better exit out of turn 1. He's going to be on the outside for turn 2 though. He's going to go for the switchback here. It's not easy to do, but he's found a bit of a gap so close between the two. King shuts the door and he holds on to this position, but is BSC going to send it? No, he's not. It's quite a difficult corner to send it down the inside, but it's not a heavy braking zone. But you can see there Kenny in front, still limping around the track. Now 2 minutes left of the race. You can see Deedee, SVW and Ollie so close together still, and there's been some great racing in these conditions especially. But can Ollie find this line round the outside? SVW has gone defensive and he's held on. Ollie just using inside curb, able to help get the car turned. Is he going to send it? No, he's not. You can see the standing water offline there into the hairpin. Bit of a connection issue, I think, for SVW. Let's hope he doesn't disconnect. But it's brought back up to Deedee now. And Deedee's been doing a great job at holding on to P8. See, just 1 minute left of the race. Where is our race leader, Baptista? We should have one more lap after this. Yeah, I think we will have one more lap after this. Unless Baptista wants to wait, but he's got no reason to. Lager in P2 still, 10 seconds back to Baptista though. RMS and Taste and Tom have spaced out slightly, still just only a second between those two, second and a half now. And RMS has actually got past Taste and Tom. Somewhere on track. You never know. We've seen RMS make a mistake before. Leaders on the final lap now, but we've seen RMS make a mistake before. Taste and Tom can easily capitalise on it. Back to this battle, Kingy and BST NNA. Bit of a slide there for BST. I think he's over driving the car a bit too much. That's why we saw Casey lose the car earlier on, but BST has been able to hold on. I've seen BST in quite a few hairy moments. Looking back, SVW. Where's Ollie RSR? He's made a massive mistake somewhere, 7.5 seconds back to SVW, and Hooshii's not far behind either. Whereas our race leader still got another sector to go. But Deedee's been released into pretty much clean air now. SVW's not as close as he was before. And Kenny there just moving out the way for these two. It's a real shame for Kenny though, he's running such a good race. But that's what happens in racing, one little mistake and could be game over for you. Especially at Zolder where you've got grass and gravel pretty much everywhere. There's not really any room for error. And oh, a mistake from Deedee! Talking about errors, he's lost the position to SVW. I've almost lost my voice here. Lost the position to SVW, and after defending for so long, he's made a mistake on the last lap here. But we've got Baptista finishing the race in P1, doing donuts here. Lager in P2, RMS in P3. Taste Tom's going to cross the line in P4. Lenny in P5. Kingy is going to hold on here to P6. What a defensive drive there from Kingy. BST NNA is going to cross the line in P7. SVW is going to cross the line in P8. Deedee, after an unfortunate mistake, crosses the line in P9. Ollie is going to cross the line in P10. Hooschii in P11. KC still got a few corners to go. But John Jig is going to cross the line in P13. Kenny's crossed the line in P14. And KC will be the last one on track to cross the line here in P12. What a race we've had. Tricky conditions. It's not easy, even for Division 1. But it comes down to experience and guesswork for pressures and conditions. Really have to predict what's going to happen to the track, but there we have it. Baptista finishing in P1, Lager in P2, and RMS in P3. That's your top three here for Zolder. And once again, if you haven't donated, make sure to do so. You can use the link even after the stream has ended. And thank you to all those who have donated already. Almost there. and we'll be looking forward to hosting PS5 Championships next season. But from us, thank you for watching, and good night.